Hi, everybody. Welcome as we get another day of baseball underway. It is day number 2 of fall ball here on the campus of Southeastern Louisiana University. Robert Williamson set to bring you the coverage as the Crushers and UBO Henry tangle. A couple of 2-0 teams, and they pulled a fast one on me. Swapped the home and away teams. So let me get everything in my graphics that acknowledges the visiting team on the left and the home team on the right. Leading things off in his Cam Bailey. Gage Sparks is the 2-hitter. Matthew Steele in that 3 spot. Luke Babin is batting 4th. 5-hitter Evan Fouché. Nathan Steele in the 6-hole. Cooper Winters batting 7th. Grant Clement is the 8-hitter. As you got a walk given to Cam Bailey. And a base runner on compliments of the Xander Henry walk. Rest of that lineup, Grant Clement is the 8-hitter. Trevor St. Cyr is the 9 guy, and Hunter Miley is batting 10th. A little bit outside with a pitch to Sparks. Both teams with a lineup card didn't have the positions, though. So I will try to get players spotted for UBO Henry and the Crushers. As off to second goes Bailey. Throw is there, and it didn't hop out of the mitt of your second baseman. I believe it did. Throw was there, but just kind of hopped out of Brandon Guagliano's mitt. And Cam Bailey in scoring position. Gage Sparks followed by Matthew Steele. On a good-looking afternoon here in Hammond. It's been a gorgeous weekend, and according to forecasters, it's going to stay like this for a while, except get a little cooler. Daytime highs into the mid-80s today, but by the latter part of the week, you're looking at highs only in the 70s. 83 currently. We'll get to 87 today. As you got the 3-0 offering to Gage Sparks. Outside, and he's walked. So a couple of walks, couple of base runners on. Matthew Steele coming to the plate. Air quality 63 and moderate. The UV index is 7 and high. Temperatures are 6 degrees above normal for this time of year. Winds out of the southwest at 5 with an occasional gust to 11. On the outside part of the plate to Matthew Steele, Luke Babin on deck. Sun came up at 6:32. Actually, 7:03 this morning. Sets at 6:32. That's a base wrap into left field for Matthew Steele. Bailey told to put on the brakes at third, and you've got the bases loaded very early in this one. Well, and Henry, which has not been scored on, is in danger of being scored on. And she's got the bases loaded and nobody gone. Top of the first, Luke Babin to the plate. Evan Fouché to the on-deck circle. Bases loaded, Luke Babin with an opportunity to make an early statement for Crushers Elite. Both teams 2-0, but Crushers Elite allowing 6 runs, scoring 22. UBO Henry has not allowed a run and scored 24. But you can look at the base path and see that that could change here in the top part of the first. Henry's offering. It is ground towards right field. That'll be a base hit for Babin. Bailey's in. Sparks rounding third. He'll come in to score two. Runners on the corners. Luke Babin drives in a pair. And the Crushers with a 2-zip lead. And still nobody out. Evan Fouché coming to the plate. Nathan Steele to the on-deck circle. Shot towards first and is fielded by Francis. Goes to the bag. Here comes Steele from third. He'll score. Little awkward slide, but it worked. And Fouché will be credited with an RBI on the unassisted put out at first. Babin to second, Fouché at first. And it's a 3-zip lead. Nathan Steele to the plate. High and inside with a pitch to Steele. Cooper Winters moving to the on-deck circle. Good to have you watching today. Day number 2 of the Showcase Series here in Louisiana, and makes a trip to Alabama next week. As a matter of fact, very close to the home port, LBW, Andalusia, Alabama. And if we're going to be that close to my home port, about 25, 30 miles up the road, I'm going. There's a swing and a miss, throw to second. Back in safely goes Babin. And by the way, speaking of LBW, we have added them to our spring of games. So in the spring right now, baseball from Coastal Alabama North, Coastal Alabama South, LBW. There's a Steele swing and miss. ACCC Conference Championship. GCAA Conference Championship. Called South Conference Championship. And there could be more. Always adding. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. And Nathan Steele will go down looking. So there is 2 away. Cooper Winters to the plate. First pitch swatted towards short. Dropped. Throw to first. Not in time. That'll be an E6 that allows Winters to get on. And we'll move Babin over to third. Grant Clement followed by Trevor St. Cyr. Top of the first. Lengthy top of the first, or at least feels lengthy. 10 minutes in. And you've got 3 runs, 2 runners on, 2 gone. Clement with a swing and miss. 78-mile-an-hour offering from Xander Henry. Runners on the corners, the Henry offering. Chopped by Clement in the direction of second, charging in and fielding. Throw over to first. We'll get the out of Clement and leave a couple of base runners on. I'm trying to pick up the numbers on the back of the jersey. so I can tell you who the second baseman is. And he just turned to let me know it is Brandon Guagliardo. Got Clement on the 4-3, 2 stranded, 3 in as we go to the bottom of the first.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We head to the bottom of the first. Noah Detillier will start it off. Gerald Saunier batting second. J.B. Francis, the 3-hitter for UBO Henry. Xander Henry, the 4 guy. Brandon Guagliardo batting fifth. Grant Halsey sixth. Conrad Hebert is the 7-hitter. Joseph Udo is the 8 guy. Benjamin Duhan batting ninth. And Ezra Doman is batting in the 10 spot. 3 runs played in the top of the first. As we head to the bottom part of the inning. An appeal to see if Detillier went. According to Blue, at first he did not. On the 67-mile-an-hour pitch from Trevor St. Cyr. Rest of that defense for the Crushers. Hunter Miley behind the plate. First baseman Grant Clement. Evan Fouché is at second. Luke Babin at short, and the third baseman is Cooper Winters. Gage Sparks in left. Cam Bailey in center. Right fielder Nathan Steele. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate, and out goes Detillier looking. So there is one away. And Gerald Saunier coming to the plate. Jamie Francis to the on-deck circle. The guy pitching will be the guy hitting when we get to the top of the second for Crushers Elite, Trevor St. Cyr. A little bit outside with the offering. Download the Showcase Series app. Find out everything that happened yesterday, will happen today. They got the standings and more. Right back up the middle. That'll be a base hit, 1-out single from Sonye. And a base runner aboard for J.B. Francis. Anywhere that you download apps, if it is Google Play, Apple Store, you name it, that's where you will find the Showcase Series app. And as I mentioned, it's got everything you need as far as this and all Showcase Series events this fall or this summer. And they're probably not too far away from planning this summer. Jamie Francis with Sonye on. One away, UBO Henry trying to slice into that lead. Yeah, they'd like to have all three runs back here in the bottom of the first, but they don't have to. They would like to get that goose egg off the board, though. It's kind of priority number one. And then they can work on the rest of the priorities later. Xander Henry on deck. J.B. Francis on the hill. Over at first, it gives a glance to Gerald Sonye, who takes off for second, and he will get there safely. Ball winds up in center field. Sonye going to try third, and he'll get there safely. Sonye with deceptive speed. And I think it's those long legs. Those strides are long, so he doesn't take as many strides to get from point A to point B. So a stolen base in an E2 has got Sonye from first to third. And J.B. Francis will step in. Slices that one foul and out of play. Got a little later start today than normal, based on the fact that the stadium is literally right across the street. I mean, it's not a stone's throw. If that's not a stone's throw for you, you've got a worse arm than I have. I mean, you probably have 15 yards between the baseball stadium gate and the church's doors. So games held off till 12:15. A little bit outside with a pitch. J.B. Francis given a walk. That'll be the first issued by St. Cyr. And it's got a couple of base runners on for Xander Henry, who would be just delighted to be able to drive in some runs after giving up 3 in the top part of the inning. Still got all of your norms in place, run rules, time limits. And the game got underway 20 minutes ago. It's been a lengthy first. And we've still got 2/3 of the bottom part. Xander Henry followed by Brandon Guagliardo. On the outside part of the plate to Henry. I have not checked on Southeastern Louisiana football. They played yesterday in Houston against Houston Baptist. I need to see how they fared. A little bit outside with the pitch. $75-mile-an-hour offering missing from St. Cyr. That one finds the strike zone. And that was a 76-mile-an-hour offering. Fouled away by Henry. Southeastern Louisiana knocked off Houston 37-7. In Southland Conference play. That one will nibble Henry. He'll go down to first as a hit batsman. Couple of base runners on with a tying run and the 5-hitter coming to the plate. And actually, it's loaded. Saunier at third. Francis now at second. Henry hit by the pitch at first. And you talk about a golden opportunity for the 5-hitter Brandon Quagliardo. Into the strike zone with the opening pitch. Grant Halsey to the on-deck circle. Popped up in the direction of center field. Cam Bailey will make the catch. Will Saunier tag? He will. The throw. And he's in safely. The sacrifice fly has got UBO on the board. So Quagliardo with the sacrifice fly. And the RBI. Saunier scores. 2 gone for Grant Halsey. Conrad Hebert to the on-deck circle. Runners take off. The double steal. Throw winds up in left field. Let's see if Francis hops up and comes home. He's headed that way. He will score, and it's a 1-run game. So Francis and Saunier in. Tying run and second for Grant Halsey. Conrad Hebert on deck. And is right back up the middle. It will ricochet off of St. Cyr. Turn into a base hit for Halsey, and the inning continues. Well, if every inning is like this inning, we're not going to go 7. And as a matter of fact, we went 7 in only 1 game yesterday, and it was the first one. First game just zipped right along, 7 innings in. But that's uncommon. Typically, they are 5 or 6 innings. As that one is shot into center field, drops in for a base hit. Tie ball game. Conrad Hebert delivering with an RBI single. And UBO Henry right back into the game. Not that they were out of the game down by 3. But have knotted it up, and now with an opportunity to take the lead, Joseph Udo to the plate. Benjamin Duhan on deck. Hawsey at second, representing the go-ahead run for UBO Henry. And the winner of this one is moving on to the title game. So both of these teams came prepared to play twice. Benjamin Duhan on deck. Here's the pitch to Joseph Udo. It is outside. St. Cyr, Miley, and Bailey, 9, 10, and 1 in the Crushers order when we cruise to the second. And when all is said and done, this is going to be at least a half-hour inning. A half hour before we get inning number 2 underway. Stolen base for Hawsey, now at third. Abear stays at first. Outside of the strike zone, walk to Uno. And it is loaded. Benjamin Duhan coming to the plate. Miley taking the opportunity to go out and have a conversation with St. Cyr, who has given up 3 base hits, a couple of walks, and has had a couple of errors committed behind him defensively. UBO Henry trying to take the lead in the bottom of the first. Outside with a pitch to Duhan. Ezra Doman is on deck. Well, just like yesterday, not a cloud in the sky. Perfectly clear here in Hammond. Count even at 1 on Duhan. Home to the Lions. One pitch. Dropped into center field. Base hit from Duhan. In to score is Hawsey. Abear will hold at third, and UBO Henry has taken a 1-run lead. So Duhan with the RBI. Hawsey with the run scored. And the bottom of the order coming to the plate in the form of Ezra Doman. That means the top of the order is on deck. Strike delivered to Ezra Doman. Always a curiosity to me how schools pick their mascot name. Southeastern Louisiana University Lions. Guess there could have been mountain lions here, but that mascot looks more like your standard lion. With the full mane. I'm not sure what the official name for that lion is. And I don't think they have been common here. Ground to third. Winters will scoop it up. Doman will ground out. Abear is actually, it is Uno who is the official out. 3 are stranded. 4 are in. We've got an inning in after 30-plus minutes. And it's UBO Henry by 1. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Top of the second gets underway. A 3-run lead for Crushers Elite last and half inning. And to the bottom part of the first, UBO Henry takes the advantage with 4 runs plating. Trevor St. Cyr, Hunter Miley, and Cam Bailey, 2 up in the inning. First game of 3 today. 2:30 and 4:45 contest today. That'll drop in a little bit low on St. Cyr. St. Cyr and Miley, your 9 and 10 hitters, are the only hitters that did not hit in the first inning, the two teams combined. 3-1 the count on St. Cyr. Well, we're in the second inning. You know what we typically do in the second? We take a look at scores from elsewhere. That's high. St. Cyr has walked. And that's got Hunter Miley coming to the plate. Yesterday's only Major League Baseball game, Guardians knocked off the Tigers 7-3 and win the series. Today, it's the Mets and Dodgers. Game 1 of their series. A base runner aboard as Hunter Miley steps in. First pitch outside. Yesterday's top 25. Number 7, Alabama beats South Carolina 27-25. Number 10, Clemson over Wake Forest 49-14. 21, Missouri beats Massachusetts 45-3. 1 over 18, Texas beat Oklahoma 34-3. In overtime, number 4, Penn State beat Southern Cal 33-30. A bunch of overtime games yesterday. Number 11, Notre Dame beats Stanford 49-7. Number 22, Pitt over California 17-15 in OT. Number 23, Illinois beats Purdue 50-49. 14th ranked BYU over Arizona 41-19. Number 5, Georgia beats Mississippi State 41-31. Another overtime game, 8th ranked Tennessee knocking off Florida 23-17. Number 3 beats number 2, Oregon over Ohio State 32-31. How about another overtime game? Number 13, LSU beating number 9, Ole Miss 29-26. Number 11, Iowa State beats West Virginia 28-16. 18th ranked Kansas State knocks out Colorado 31-28. And number 17, Boise State over Hawaii 28-7. Back-to-back walks of the 9 and 10 hitters. And a couple of base runners on as we get back to the top of the order. And that's got Coach coming out to have a conversation with Xander Henry, who walked 2 and the first 2 he faced in the first inning, and now has walked 2 and the first 2 he has faced in the second inning. WNBA next game this afternoon at 2. And then, of course, there's plenty of NFL today. Everything is in the second quarter. Texans over the Patriots 14-zip. Commanders and Ravens tied at 3. Eagles over the Browns 3-zip. Packers lead the Cards 14-0. Buccaneers over the Saints 17-3. Colts and Titans tied at 7 each. And there's been one final. They played in London today. The Bears beat the Jaguars 35-19. Top of the order, Cam Bailey to the plate. He'll swat that one into center field, base hit. St. Cyr held up at third. It is loaded in the bottom of the second. And that is hit number 3 for the Crushers. And it looks like the Crushers poised to come right back and reclaim the lead, with Gage Sparks to the plate, who walked in the first. A little bit inside with a pitch to Sparks. Matthew Steele on deck. Two balls, no strikes. Sparks hitting. Xander Henry on the hill here in the top part of the second after a 30-minute-plus first inning. And we've got the makings here in inning number 2 of another 30-minute inning. That'll be a base hit into left field. St. Cyr is in. Here comes Miley. Throw to the plate, not in time. And that allows runners to advance in Bailey and Sparks. So a 2 RBI single that brings in St. Cyr and Miley, while Bailey and Sparks will go to second and third respectively. And the lead back into the hands of Crushers Elite, a 5-4 lead. A little high, a little away with the pitch to Matthew Steele. Luke Babbitt is on deck. Ubio Henry starts the second in the same spot they started the first, with the top of the order. On the outside part of the plate to Steele. Henry's toss, it is just a tad low, a tad outside at 78 miles an hour. Matthew Steele with a single his first at bat, an inning ago. On the outside part of the plate to Steele. Xander Henry is just a tad inside with the offering. Count runs full, 3 balls, couple of strikes. Couple of base runners on, first empty. And here is the pitch to Matthew Steele. He'll pop it up right side. Catch made and hurled in, strong throw, briefly got away from the catcher, but not far enough to convince runners to advance. So there's one away with a Steele fly out. Doming the catch in right field. Luke Babbitt to the plate, had a couple of RBIs and a single in the first. A little high with the offering to Babbitt at 75 miles an hour. Xander Henry consistently in that mid to upper 70s. That is a foul ball towards right field. Baseball diamond sitting in amongst housing. I can see the housing towards left field, and of course right behind center field, Strawberry Stadium, home to the Lions football team. And I would assume we're not far away from a gymnasium. Typically, it's kind of common to try to situate all the athletic facilities in one vicinity. Not always true, but often. Luke Babin awaiting the Xander Henry toss. Count even in 2 on Babin. Just a little bit outside of the count, runs full, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Detillier, Saunier, and Francis when you get to the bottom of the second for UBO Henry. And a shot towards center field, base hit. Let's see how many it brings in. It is going to bring in more than 1 as that will sneak by Gerald Saunier in center. It'll be a 2 RBI single. And the Crushers are back out in front by 3. And Luke Babin has now produced 4 RBIs. Evan Fouché coming to the plate. I guess this is the way the game's going to go, back and forth. Fouché, who got an RBI on a ground out to first. 0 for 1 with a ribby. To the plate here in the top of the second. Nathan Steele to the on-deck circle. That is chopped in the direction of third. Halsey will go to second for 1. There won't be a throw to first for 2. So Fouché will wrap into the 5-4 and get Babin. 2 gone with Nathan Steele to the plate. Cooper Winters to the on-deck circle. Well, let's see what's coming up next week here on JockJive. Tuesday, Enterprise State, Coastal South Volleyball. Friday, Bayside Academy XL Football. Saturday, Benedict versus Allen Football. That's an ESPN Plus production for the SIAC. And we'll go to the screen and allow Fouché to go to second. And then next Saturday, you got Showcase Series Baseball, both Saturday and Sunday at LBW. Andrew Collins, Georgia Military College football on Saturday. High and away with a pitch to Steele. Cooper Winter is on deck. And then, of course, when you get into the latter part of the month, it gets really busy. And into the start of November, that's because you've got that blending of sports. Still got fall ball, still got football, still got some volleyball. As a walk is given to Nathan Steele. And then you start integrating basketball. Cooper Winters coming to the plate. There were 8 hitters to go to the plate in the top of the first. There have already been 8 hitters in the top of the second. This is the 9th hitter in the inning, Cooper Winters. Grant Clement on deck. A little inside with a pitch to Winters at 67 miles an hour. Xander Henry taking something off of the pitch. Slow roller to third, but foul. And Cooper Winters, who reached on an error in the first, comes back to the plate in the second. To average 30 minutes an inning, we need to hit the 1 hour mark before we wrap up the bottom part of inning 2. And right now we're 12 minutes away from doing that. Swing and miss by Winters. He'll go down a K. Couple of base runners left on, but 4 runners come in. And the lead goes back to 3, and it belongs to the Crushers.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
And don't forget, follow us Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. I know it's now on Twitter, not the little bird. It's the Axe. I'm a holdout. Old school. Still going with a little Twitty bird. And my logic is that as long as you got to put Twitter in the address bar, all right, then we're going with a little Twitty bird. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Got some great stuff there, stuff that nobody else gets. Shows like JUCO Rush. Conversations with the coaches, the players, and more. And you make us very happy as well. Popped up by Noah Detillier, and that will drop 300 feet from home plate. And Detillier with a leadoff double. So UBO Henry now paused to get right back in the contest, down by 3. Gerald Saunier to the plate. Both starting pitchers have gotten roughed up a little bit. Xander Henry and Trevor St. Cyr. $63-mile offering to Saunier. Who gives Detillier a look. Now the pitch. On the inside part of the plate, 0-2. Not always about speed, sometimes about placement. That was 63 miles an hour. Ground towards third. Winters looking back to the runner and goes to first, throws it into the dirt. Detillier is on his way to third, puts on the brakes there. Saunier will go to second. And the Crushers have committed their third error of the game. And you got a couple of base runners in scoring position for J.B. Francis. Shot foul in the direction of third by Francis. Francis had a single, advanced on a stolen base, and error eventually came in and scored a run in that first inning. And now looking to plate runs in that second inning for UBO Henry. 0-1 pitch from St. Cyr. Low and away at 75 miles an hour. Pretty good crowd has been on hand watching baseball this weekend. The bulk of them, there's two tiers, and the first tier is kind of shadowed by the second. And a lot of those in that second tier, which kind of gives you talk about a bird's eye view of the diamond. In addition to the shade. So it's got two appealing aspects. Outside with the offering to Francis, Xander Henry on deck. Clement, St. Cyr, and Miley. When you get to the bottom, make that the top of inning number 3. Three balls, couple of strikes on Francis. Nobody gone. 2 aboard. Bottom of the second. Crushers back out in front by 3. And UBO back into that mode of trying to respond to the runs that played it. Popped up in foul territory, and that will drop. Miley was nearby. St. Cyr nearby. Grant Clement nearby. But nobody could get to it, and the at-bat for Francis will continue. You know the score I didn't give you from yesterday? Junior college football. You know I'm a big JUCO fan. Let me see if I can find some finals for you. Into the dirt with a throw from third by Winters. That will allow Detillier to come in. So back-to-back E5s, a couple of base runners aboard, 1 run in. In a 7-5 game, Xander Henry coming to the plate. Yesterday, Lewisburg over Myrtle Beach Collegiate, 66-19. Erie beats Nassau 14-7. North Dakota SCS over Rochester, 28-25. Minnesota North beats Minnesota State, 39-7. Dodge City, 39-15 win over Ellsworth. Monroe University, 68-14 over Community Christian. New Mexico Military defeating Cisco, 20-5. Butler over Highland, 16-10. Hutchinson, a 48-7 winner over Independence. Tyler knocks off Bland, 13-10. And Coffeyville, 31-20 over Iowa Central. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Xander Henry got hit by a pitch, stole a base, came in and scored a run 1 inning ago. And he'll get hit by a pitch again. They've got 10 hitters, and the only guy that's been dinked is Henry, and he's been popped twice. And it is all loaded up. Brandon Guagliardo next. He had a sacrifice fly that drove in a run in the first inning. And the sack went to center. Little inside with a pitch. Grant Halsey on deck. UBO Henry loaded it up in the first, got runs out of it. They have loaded it up here in the second. Outside with the offering to Guagliardo. Popped up center field. Cam Bailey over to make the catch. Tagging from third is Saunier. And he will come in to make it a one-run game. And again, a sacrifice from Guagliardo. Same spot, same results. Francis and Henry on. Grant Halsey to the plate. Conrad Abear to the on-deck circle. Off to third Francis, off to second Henry. There will not be a throw from Miley. Halsey with a single, a stolen base, and a run scored in the first. That'll go to the screen. Here comes Francis. He will score from third. And going to third is Henry. We are tied at 7. Well, a couple of teams that had not allowed a lot of runs. Crushers had allowed 6 in 2 games, an average of 3. UBO Henry had not allowed a run in 2 games. But both of these teams scoring with frequency. Knotted up at 7 in the second. And the go-ahead run at third with 1 away. Outside with a pitch to Halsey. Conrad Abear on deck. Outside with a pitch, walk given, couple of base runners on in first and third. And for St. Cyr, that is walk number 3 in the game. Conrad Hebert had an RBI single in the first. Back to the plate here in the second. Over his head. And that might have hit the umpire. Let's see if that's what happened. I mean, obviously somebody was dinged because those are courtesy visits. Yep, I think that's what happened. Go ahead, run in third. And that runner in first, Halsey takes off for second, got the stolen base. And now if you are Hebert and can deliver with a base hit, you might just pick up a pair of RBIs. Had one RBI with a single in the first. Line to third, snagged there by Winters. Holding at third is Henry, which means Halsey has to stay put at second. So the line out number 2. Joseph Udo to the plate. Udo walked in the first. Benjamin Duhan to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate to Udo. Low and away with the offering. 2 long innings, as in 2, T-W-O, not T-O-O. Some might think T-O-O. 2 long innings. But if you're scoring runs, you're not thinking it's too long, as in the T-O-O. But it's been a pair of long innings, first and second. Right now averaging a little better than 33 minutes per inning. Joseph Udo, a couple of base runners aboard, walked in the first. And then we'll sail over his head. Count him in at 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, and 2 gone. Just a little bit outside. Count runs full, 3-2. Ubio Henry trying to reclaim the lead. Able to get a P7 and stay alive as you know. Benjamin Duhan on deck. And again, the battle continuing. Fouling off a couple of payoff pitches. And Udo will get a third from St. Cyr, who faced 10 in the first, and this is the 8th St. Cyr has faced in the second. That's low, and on is Udo. Miley going out to have a conversation with his pitcher. Looked over to the dugout. Don't see anybody yet coming from the dugout, and now I do. Coach on his way to the hill. And let's see if this is the end of the road for St. Cyr. He's not handing over the baseball, which typically is kind of our indication that, yep, his time on the bump is done. Benjamin Duhan coming to the plate. And we are not quite through the second and have eaten up an hour 10. So if the third inning is about the same length of the first two, we may not get any more than 3. Benjamin Duhan stepping in. Ezra Doman is on deck. That is floated towards left field and will drop in as a base hit for Duhan. He drives in Henry. Everybody else will stay aboard. Halsey at third. Udo at second. Benjamin with his second RBI single at first. And Ubio Henry's got the lead back. Ezra Doman to the plate, and for the second consecutive inning, everybody has been to the plate. Doman ground out to third in the first. High and away with the pitch to Doman, top of the order. Noah Detillier moving to the on-deck circle. Eight, 9, and 10 in the Crushers' order when you get to the third. On the outside part of the plate to Doman. One-two pitch, base is loaded. And that got the inside part of the plate, strikes out Doman looking. 10 again go to the plate. It happened in the bottom of the first, it happens in the bottom of the second. We are headed to the third. And that lead is 1. And it is back over to Ubio Henry. Just about all white, Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the third, near the bottom of the order, Grant Clements will start it off. Trevor St. Cyr, Hunter Miley due up in the inning, too. We have played 2 innings, and we are 35 minutes away from 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. Well, if we didn't have a time limit, we would be here a while. We've had a pair of 30-plus minute innings. In reality, they have averaged right at 36 minutes. Strike 3 and out goes Grant Clement. So there was one away. Trevor St. Cyr next. Hunter Miley is on deck. Well, if you had 35-minute innings and went 7 innings total, we would be here a while. That would be about a 4-hour game. Trevor St. Cyr with a walk and a run scored an inning ago. Back to the plate in the top of the third. A little inside with the pitch. At 69 miles an hour. Chopped out in front of the plate, took a little detour, but still able to go and get it. Is a new pitcher, by the way, no longer Xander Henry, who is on the hill. Out will go St. Cyr on the 1-3. So I'm going to have to check my notes to let you know who is pitching. And when you know, I do not have a 13 on the provided roster. But hang on, there's one more place I can check. And see if I can get you a 13. Nope, that won't work either. So I do not know who is on the hill delivering the balls and strikes. Looked at my provided roster, looked at the cross-referenced lineup card, and neither had a 13. So our mystery man relieving Xander Henry, who worked a couple of innings. Xander Henry, 2 innings of work, faced 17, 2 strikeouts, 5 walks, 5 hits, 7 runs. Outside with the pitch to Miley, 2 up, 2 down. And after the first 2 innings, that is a big-time rarity. Fouled back to the screen. Cam Bailey, the on-deck circle when you get to the bottom of the third. Again, same spot in the order. UBO Henry to the top of their order. Noah Tatillier, Gerald Saunier, and J.B. Francis. On the outside part of the plate, and out will go Miley looking. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the third as we head to the home half of the inning.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
We are in unfamiliar territory after that 3 up, 3 down top of the third. Boy, we have not had a quick inning. But we did have in the top part. Let's see if we do in the bottom part. Got a new pitcher, Gage Sparks, for Crushers Elite. Trevor St. Cyr works 2 innings, faces 20. 2 strikeouts, 4 walks, 6 hits, 8 runs, 2 hit batsmen. And interestingly, the 2 strikeouts for St. Cyr was the first guy he faced and the last guy he faced. Detillier in the first, Doman in the second. Couple of strikes delivered to Detillier, who is 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a double. Here's the Sparks pitch, fouled back to the screen. I feel really confident in saying we're not going 7. Strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. Couple of strikes to Gerald Saunier after the fanning of Detillier. Saunier 1 for 2. Singled and reached on an error and has scored twice. J.B. Francis to the on-deck circle. Popped up to center field. Cam Bailey will make the catch. And there's 2 gone. J.B. Francis has reached on a pair of errors. Well, actually, he reached on a walk and an error and advanced him in the first. and then reached on an error in the second. Into the dirt with the pitch from Gage Sparks. And it looks like our mystery guy, number 13, is going to be the on-deck hitter, batting for Xander Henry, the former pitcher. And that got his elbow pad. So Francis hit by a pitch and goes to first. That is the third hit batsman. No, it is Xander Henry coming to the plate. So a base runner on in Francis, and a guy who's really familiar with getting hit by pitches. Xander Henry coming to the plate. He's been hit twice. Hit in the first and second, stole a base in the first and second, and scored a run in the first and second. Fouled back to the screen. Brandon Guagliardo to the on-deck circle. Top of the order in the top of the fourth for Crushers Elite. Cam Bailey, Gage Sparks, Matthew Steele. On the outside part of the plate, with the pitch to Henry. And the count 1-2. And now time requested by Hunter Miley. And now Miley will go out to the bump and have a conversation with Gage Sparks. Albeit brief, he is back behind home plate. Onto the bump, Sparks. Xander Henry stepping into the box. It will go outside. And the count will go even at 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 gone, 1 on in a 1-run ball game. Runner goes. It is ground to Babbitt at short. No play at second. He'll go to first. It will hop into the dirt. Henry is on his way to second. Francis will take third. Throw to second. Henry safe, and that will allow Francis to come in and score from third. And UBO Henry's got their biggest lead of the game at 2. And Crushers Elite has committed their 5th error of the contest. Brandon Guagliardo, a couple of sacrifice flies to center field. Has 2 RBIs as a result. Thrown behind Guagliardo and getting Henry to third. Grant Halsey on deck. Popped up to the left side. And camped out underneath is the former. I make that the brand new left fielder because the former one, Gage Sparks, went to the hill. Guagliardo the fly out. 1 run is in. The lead goes to 2. We are headed to the 4th. George is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. We get the 4th inning underway. Top of the order, Cam Bailey coming to the plate. Bailey has walked and singled, scored twice, and stolen a base. Outside with a pitch to Bailey, Gage Sparks, Matthew Steele due up in the inning too. And it might be hard to believe that we're kind of starting to be concerned about the time limit in the 4th inning, but we are. Got a pretty quick 3rd. But still, we have eaten up an hour 31 unofficially. Meaning there's 19 minutes left in that time limit. Strike delivered to Bailey. Oh, and we could definitely have a 19-minute 4th. We had about 3-minute 2nd and about a 40-minute. I make that a 33-minute 1st and a 40-minute 2nd. Scooped up by Francis, got Bailey at first on the unassisted putout. One away for Gage Sparks. Matthew Steele on deck. Sparks with a walk, a single, 2 RBIs, and 2 runs scored. Flies this one towards right field. Ezra Doman, it's over his head. And Sparks will wind up at second. It is the E9 that gets him there. So a base runner in scoring position, Matthew Steele representing the tying run. Cam Bailey coming into the game to run for Gage Sparks. Matthew Steele, 1 for 2. A single and a flyout. Luke Babbitt is on deck. And for the first time in the bottom of the 4th, UBO Henry will not start at the top of their order. They'll start with the 6-hitter Grant Halsey. Another opportunity for Doman. This one he'll catch. Tagging from second is Sparks and goes to third. And, of course, that is Bailey running for Sparks. And there's 2 gone. Luke Babbitt next. It's been a big day for Babbitt. 2 base hits, 4 RBIs. Evan Fouché to the on-deck circle. That'll go to the screen. Will it get Bailey in from third? Here he comes. In safely underneath the tag of our mystery pitcher from UBO Henry. And the Crushers get to within one. Well, the only way for Hammond to pick up an RBI now is to deliver one out of the park. We have not had one leave the park here. Right back up the middle, knocked down by the pitcher. He says, I got time, reaches and fires, gets Babin on the 1-3. 4 go up, 3 go down, 1 comes in. We've got a 1-run game headed to the bottom of the 4th.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with the desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to
One pitch into the bottom of the 4th, and Grant Halsey with a fly out to left field. And there is one away. Well, it looks like we're going to get to the 5th inning. Unofficially 13 minutes in your time limit. Got one away in the bottom of the 4th. And you got a couple of strikes on Conrad Hebert. So I am admittedly liking the odds. That will skim right through the wicket into left field. I am unofficially charging that as an E5, the 6th Crushers Elite error. And Joseph Uno coming to the plate. Benjamin Duhan on deck. First pitch low from Sparks, who came into the ball game in the 3rd, faced 5, hit 1, gave up a single run. And now into his 2nd inning of work, yet to give up a base hit. But there have been a pair of errors. One in the 3rd, one in the 4th. And the one in the 3rd did contribute to the scoring of Francis. Will the one in the 4th result in some additional damage? We'll see. Hebert stealing, and he's in safely at 2nd. In scoring position in the bottom of the 4th. Joseph Udo, who has walked twice, trying to drive in the run. 66 mile an hour. Gage Sparks pitch. That'll roll into the screen, and we'll get Hebert on his way to 3rd. now base runner 90 feet away from extending the lead again to 2 for UBO Henry. That is sent back this direction. Was waiting for a clunk. Thought it might hit the top of the press box, but it doesn't. We are in the line of fire here, and really not me personally in the press box with a big, thick window. But our gear, as that one is lifted in the direction of left field, and it traveled 270, but the catch is made in left. It does, though, turn into sacrifice, as Abear will be able to score from third. And that pushes the lead back out to 2. Benjamin Duhan next. That one comes back this direction. Duhan with a pair of RBI singles. One in the first, one in the second. Strike 2 on the inside part of the plate. Ezra Tillman to the on-deck circle. Duhan swings, misses. He'll strike out. And it looks like we've got 9 minutes or thereabouts left in our time limit. So are we going to the next inning? I'm thinking, yeah. Looks like they've got mitts in hand and ready to send us to the top of the 5th.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.
Two-run lead, and it belongs to UBO Henry. Crushers coming to the plate. Evan Fouché to start it off. Nathan Steele and Cooper Winters due up in the inning 2. Top of the 5th might be it if the Crushers stay behind. If they take the lead, I'm thinking we go to the bottom part of the inning. Well, we go to the bottom part of the inning definitely if the Crushers take the lead. But I'm thinking we may not if the Crushers don't. Round to second. Guagliardo over to first. And Fouché will ground into the 4-3. One out for Nathan Steele. Steele has struck out and walked. Fanned in the first, Walked in the second. On the outside part of the plate, strike delivered to Steele. Our reliever, again, we don't have a name for number 13, but came into the ball game and worked the third, fourth, and now fifth, has not given up a hit. A run did come in after an error in right in the fourth. Two and one the count on Steele. Cooper Winters on deck. High and away with a pitch. Nathan Steele, second out in the first inning when he struck out looking, and then walked with two gone in the second. Low and away with a pitch, and there is the first walk issued by your UBO Henry reliever. And it is walk number 6 for UBO Henry pitching. Brings the tying run to the plate in the form of Cooper Winters, who has reached on an error and struck out. Grant Clements is on deck. That is popped up to the right side. Back to make the catch is Doman. There's two gone. Soon two away, Grant Clement to the plate. Clement grounded into a 4-3 and struck out. 0 for 2 in the game. Trevor St. Cyr is on deck. On the outside part of the plate. Unofficially at an hour 47. So the Crushers need some runs. Couple of strikes on Clement. And as I mentioned, based on the time limit, we may not go to the bottom part of the inning if that lead stays on the home half of the scoreboard. Nothing in 2 the count on Clement. He ground out in the first, struck out in the third, and he strikes out in the fifth. And let's see. Yep, that is it. Guys tossing the mitts, and that means that UBO Henry will go 3-0 in pool play. And they are on their way to the championship game. Great weekend of baseball for Crushers Elite. They got a total of 5 hits. Didn't commit 6 errors. Left 5 on. And got 3 runs in the first, 4 in the second, and a run in the fourth. UBO Henry, 10 runs off 6 hits. And they actually committed 2 errors. 7 are stranded. And they scored every inning. 4 in the first and second, 1 in the third and fourth. And UBO Henry still got baseball to play today. They are into the championship. The day done for Crushers Elite. We've got one more game before the title matchup. It's 2:30 showdown. Coming up here on JockJive, we keep the link open. And you can just not worry about refreshing the link. When the game starts at 2:30, we will be back. Give it to me again, though. Now lower. Hi, everybody. Welcome back as we get this game underway. Let me get that final off the scoreboard. It's obviously not a final. We just started the game. And you got to put out that goes 6-3 to begin this one. There we go. Top of the first. Game that got underway a little bit early. Slated for a 2:30 start. And it will get underway at about 2:19. So Brendan Hartley grounding into the 6-3 to begin this one. And Chase Termino coming to the plate next. And I will go ahead and concede that there's a good possibility, maybe even a good probability, that I'm mispronouncing some of these names, so my apologies. I was given a crash course in the dugout, but, you know, you reach a certain age and your memory lasts about the distance from the dugout to maybe halfway up the stands. And you get up here in the box and are going, now what did he say that was? Popped up to center field, and wow, what a catch made in center field. That was one of those da-na-na, da-na-na, Red Formo bringing in the Chase Termino shot. And there is two gone. You just don't get a whole lot better than that. Over the shoulder catch. Jeremiah Scott coming to the plate. Two gone. We're in the top part of the first. Stars of LTG Scout. And the North Shore from UBO. Sebastian Laguerre moving to the on-deck circle. Count goes to 2-1 on Scott. Couple of hitters, couple of outs. We're in the top part of the first, game number 2. 3 today from here at Southeastern Louisiana University. And at 4:45, it's the championship. And we know one of the teams into the championship game. It is the team that just knocked off Crusher's elite, UBO Henry, as this one is popped up to left field. And there the catch is made by Caden Oliver. 3 go up, 3 go down. Nobody scores. Top of the first. We're headed to the bottom of the inning on JockJive. Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged out. we head to the bottom of the first, Red Formo will start it off for UBO North Shore. Xandrian Babin is the two-hitter. Caden Oliver batting third. Austin Norman is the four-guy. Five-hitter Max Mendoza. Carter Tillman hits sixth. Ian Lavelle is the seven-hitter. Eight-guy Mike Winters. Gage Fields is in the nine spot. And Gabe Morgan hitting 10th. Lawson Abear is the 11-hitter. All facing Chase Termino, who is on the hill for LTG. Behind the plate, J.J. Sneed, first baseman Jeremiah Scott. At second, Colin Anders. The shortstop is Brandon Hartley. At third, Sebastian Legier. And the outfield, Zane Araby is in left. Center field, Jackson Fischer. Trying to put a little accent to it, maybe make it sound more correct than it was. And the right fielder is Balin Goff. So it is a 3-up, 3-down top part of the first. We head to the bottom part of the inning. Red Formo, the center fielder, made that spectacular catch in center field. Given a walk, and he'll trot down to first. So a base runner aboard in the form of Red Formo. That's got Xandrian Babin coming to the plate. Fouled back to the screen, out of play by Babin. Caden Oliver moving to the on-deck circle. Well, if you download the Showcase Series app, you can get all kinds of information in regards not only to the showcase, but the various teams that are here and the standings where these teams are concerned. And you can find that Showcase Series app anywhere that you typically get your apps. Over to first and picked off is Formo. And there is one away. And when you look at the various division standings, you got an A and a B pool. In the A pool, UBO Henry has won it. They knocked out the Crushers in the game prior and will finish ahead of the Crushers, 3-0. Crushers 2-1. LTG Star Scout and UBO North Shore. These are two winless teams looking for their first win. That is socked down the line by Babin. And he is on his way to second. He will be there safely with a one-out double. So Babin in scoring position. Caden Oliver coming to the plate. Austin Norman moving to the on-deck circle. So UBO is in, as in UBO Henry, with that 3-0 mark, and it looks like they're going to be taking on UBO Smith in the championship. UBO Smith is 2-0-1 and leads the B pool. Caden Oliver stepping in, Babin the base runner at second. So a couple of teams that are 0-2 meeting in this one. And you've got an 0-2 scout team that has scored 23 or allowed 23 and scored 6. And you got a North Shore team that has scored none and allowed 23, but looking to plate their first run here with a base runner at second, Babin. Couple of pitches outside of the strike zone to Caden Oliver. Termino will look to second. Back to the bag goes Babbitt. One out, one aboard, one at the plate. Bottom of the first. I am assuming in that last game, the championship game, that UBO Henry will be the home team. Not that it matters that much to anybody but people like me that are writing stuff in a book and get into a habit, where on the right side is the home team and on the left is the visitor. Caden Oliver with a walk. Couple of base runners on for Austin Norman, with Max Mendoza moving to the on-deck circle. But based on the fact that UBO Henry's got a slightly better record, 3-0 versus the 2-0-1 for UBO Smith, they have scored more runs and allowed fewer runs than Smith. I'm thinking that they likely are your home team. As this one is socked into center field, base hit for Norman. Here comes Babbitt. He'll score. Meanwhile, caught is Oliver between second and third. He'll get in safely. So Norman with an RBI single brings in Babbitt. And it's a one-zip game. And UBO North Shore, who came into the game not having scored in 2 outings prior, now has a run and has a couple of runners in scoring position for Max Mendoza. Carter Tillman on deck. Termino with a look to the runners, and now the pitch a little bit outside with the offering to Mendoza. Mendoza came into last night's game against Crushers Elite as a pitcher. In this one, playing second base. 86 degrees in Hammond. Air quality 54, the UV index 6. Winds out of the southwest at 6, gusting 13. Sun sets at 6:32. And it feels like 90 degrees with a 22-mile visibility. Moon illumination, 81%. And the moon will rise at 4:19. Chopped foul by Mendoza. And let's see, if you got to have rain, still got a long way to go. Several hundred miles into the Gulf or down to Miami. That's the closest. Max Mendoza taking the pitch a little bit high. Oliver and Norman on. Here in the bottom part of the first. In a one-zip game, UBO North Shore taking their first lead of the weekend. That is muscled towards left field, just over the head of shortstop Hartley. Oliver will come in. Norman will go to third. And Mendoza trying to turn it into 2, tagged out at second. Gets the RBI, but tagged out at second for out number 2. And it's a 2-zip ball game. Carter Tillman to the plate. Ian Lavelle moving to the on-deck circle. Termino trying to get out of the inning. UBO North Shore trying to tack on more. Got a couple of runs here in the bottom of the first off 3 base hits. Toss in a couple of walks, and you got those 2 runs on the board. Tillman with a swing and miss. 69-mile-an-hour offering from Termino. And the count runs to 1-2 on Tillman. Inside with the pitch, 2-2 offering. In the second, we'll see what's happening around the sports world elsewhere. NFL, MLB, WNBA. Heck, I keep forgetting the NBA is now playing. I'll check that out too. Swing and miss. Tillman goes down. First strikeout of the game for Termino. 3 base hits and 2 runs. UBO North Shore takes a 2-zip lead into the second.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the second gets underway. Sebastian Legier will lead it off. J.J. Sneed and Jackson Fishua due up in the inning, too. 2 runs played in the bottom of the first. And UBO North Shore taking a 2-zip lead into the second. A little bit inside with the pitch to Legier. I did not get to the starting lineup defensively for UBO. So let's do that here. Jacob Gleason is on the hill. As that one is knocked into left field. And the first base hit of the ball game for LTG comes from Sebastian Legier. Jacob Gleason on the bump for UBO. Behind the plate. And I'm looking at the lineup card. Levi Gregory. And tagged out trying to get the second will be Legier. So LTG briefly with the base runner aboard, but thrown out trying to steal. First baseman Gage Fields. And second Max Mendoza. The shortstop is Mike Winters. And at third, Xadrian Babbitt. Outfield of Caden Oliver in left. Rhett Formo in center. As that is dropped at short. And the throw still there in time to get Sneed on the 6-3. And your right fielder is Carter Tillman. Jackson Fisher coming to the plate. Center fielder with 2 gone and nobody aboard in the top of inning number 2. Low and away with the opening pitch. 1 ball, no strike. Zane Araby moving to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate. Count will go even at 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ian Lavelle starts things off in the bottom of the second for UBO. Mike Winters and Gage Fields due up in the inning 2. Just a bit outside, 2-1. 2-zip UBO North Shore lead. A couple of teams trying to get into the win column before leaving Hammond, Louisiana. Outside with the pitch. And with a head start on getting out with a win is UBO North Shore, the 2-run lead, but lots of baseball to come as you got the walk given to Fisher. Zane Araby coming to the plate, got a base runner on. Duke Chata to the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss by Araby. All right, we're into the second inning. I promised you a look at scores elsewhere. Got a wee bit of a problem that I've got to work out before I do, and that is finding where in this teeny tiny booth I put my phone. Here we go. Ah, that's right, it dropped to the floor earlier. All right, I pull up the ESPN app. Where do you want to start? I mean, I think we should start with the ladies. It's the polite thing to do. 4-3 put out of Araby, left on is Fisher. 4 go up, 3 go down, 1 base hit, nobody scores. Look at those scores from elsewhere when we come back.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Bottom of the second gets underway. Ian Lavelle will start it off. Mike Winters and Gage Fields due up in the inning two, a 2-zip ball game. Here in the last game before the championship, and I think it's not on the app, but I'm thinking unofficially, as I mentioned previously, any and everything I say, unofficial, but it will be UBO Henry and UBO Smith in that championship. Fouled back to the screen by Ian Lavelle. All right, I promised you scores, and I said we would start with the ladies, and that, of course, is the WNBA. 2:48 to play in the first half, and Liberty with a 46-31 lead in that one. Able to make the catch behind the plate is J.J. Sneed, and out will go Lavelle. And there is one away. Well, we might as well transition into NBA. One game in progress. Pelicans and Heat. It's just underway. Pelicans with a 6-5 lead. Major League Baseball, it's tonight, Mets and Dodgers. And then, of course, NFL. And the only final we've got is the game that was played in England. Bears knock off the Jags 35-16. But you got 6 games in the fourth. As Winters swings and misses. 9:24 to go. Texans 34. Patriots 20. 3:48 to go. Ravens with a 30-20 lead over the Commanders. 2:55 to play. Eagles leading the Browns 20-16. 9:28 to go. Packers 34-13 over the Cards. Nearly all of the fourth to play. Buccaneers 31-27 over the Saints. And 5:34 to play. Colts 20, Titans 17. Gage Fields on deck. That is chopped foul by Winters with one away and nobody aboard in the bottom of the second. Well, a game of 2:19 start, which means a 4:09 finish, roughly, over the head of Winters. Gage Fields next. That is a foul ball towards third. Diving over, trying to make the stop, Lazier. But it is just barely foul, and the at-bat for Winters will continue. Here's the Termino offering. That'll go to the screen. Count runs full, 3-2. Just a little bit outside on the walk given to Winters. That is walk number 3 issued by Termino. And Winters is on with Gage Fields coming to the plate. And coach coming out to have a conversation with Termino. Handed out a couple of walks in the first, Formo and Oliver. And is extended a 1-out walk to Winters. Well, it's turning into a lengthy conversation. Coach and pitcher. Here in the bottom part of the second in a 2-zip contest. Coach back to the dugout. On the bump is Termino. Facing Gage Fields, Gabe Morgan is on deck. First Termino pitch after the visit from coach got the outside part of the plate. That was a 62-mile-an-hour offering. Running as winners, there won't be a throw. Strike delivered to Fields. Winners with a stolen base in scoring position. Outside, goes to the screen, tracking it down. Snead on his way to third as winners. And now 90 feet away from becoming the third UBO North Shore run. They were scoreless in a couple of games and are poised to get runs in both of the first 2 innings of this one. Big cut from Fields, comes up empty, 2 away. Strikeout number 2 for Terminal. Gabe Morgan to the plate. Trying to drive in that runner, won't have to worry about it. Runner comes in on the wild pitch. It's a 3-zip UBO North Shore lead. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Gabe Morgan. Lawson Abear to the on-deck circle. Bases cleared. Second consecutive inning that UBO North Shore has played in runs. There's another strike, 1-2. Duke Channa, Balin Kov, Colin Anders. When you get to the top of the third for the Stars, there is a hit batsman in Morgan. And he will go down to first. Lawson Abear coming to the plate. Top of the order, Red Formo to the on-deck circle. Well, again, if you download that Showcase Series app, you know what's coming up. Like next weekend in Andalusia at LBW. And then you got baseball later on in Texas, more in Alabama. And at the moment, you got a new pitcher. So we go to the break, come back with a new guy, and look at the old numbers right after this.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is Zane Araby. He comes in for Chase Termino. Termino will work an inning and 2/3 and face 10. A stolen base by Morgan in scoring position for Lawson Abear. There is a swing and a miss by Abear. Termino will strike out 2. 1, 2, 3 walks given up. Allowed a total of 3 hits. Thus far, 3 runs. As the throw is to third, and safely there is Morgan with yet another stolen base. And during his time on the bump, hit 1. So those are your Termino numbers. As Araby takes over, that is lifted to center field. Dropped in as a base hit. Morgan will score on Abear's single. And North Shore adds another run to the total. Turns it into a 4-zip lead. And we're back to the top of the order at Formo to the plate. Inside with the offering to Formo, who has walked and then got picked off at first. Go and check that. I think this is a different hitter. This is Levi Gregory. So we haven't gone back to the top of the order. We've got Levi Gregory, the catcher, coming to the plate. And then we will go back to Formo. The Araby offering swung on and missed by Gregory. That is popped up on the infield. Coming in from short is Hartley, and he can't make the catch. In drops, Gregory's on. Abear goes to second. And Hartley a little banged up. Went down hard on the turf. This kind of got bent backwards. He had overrun the popper and then kind of got bent backwards and flopped down on the turf. And Hartley is going to require some attention. And I think he may be coming out of the ball game. I see a new body on the field, Sebastian Legier, the former third baseman, who might be coming in for Brandon Hartley. Well, while they gather around Hartley, let's take a break and come back. Well, you see Hartley coming off the field. And Legier has moved back onto the field to reclaim third. And it looks like the former pitcher, Termino, who had gone to left, has now moved to short. And Hartley coming out of the ball game. Couple of base runners on, 2 runners in, 4-zip UBO North Shore lead. Top of the order at Formo to the plate. Adrian Babin moving to the on-deck circle. Here's the Araby offering. It is foul tipped back by Formo. LBW in San Jac and Houston next week for the Showcase Series. We'll be at LBW. In 2 weeks at Colin, Niceville, and Houston. We'll be at Colin. First week in November, Central Alabama and Lamar University. We'll be at Central Alabama. Formo dives just ahead of the throw. Fielded by Scott, trying to get it to Araby, who was covering the bag. But Formo able to beat it out. That'll be an infield single that loads it up for UBO North Shore. Adrian Babin coming to the plate. And in the last weekend of fall ball, features baseball in Houston and Pineville, Texas and Louisiana. And we will be in Texas. Babin with a double and a run scored in the first. Caden Oliver to the on-deck circle. Bases are loaded. Here in the bottom of the second, UBO North Shore trying to blow this game open. Leading it by 4 with the bases full. A little bit high with a pitch to Babin. And Araby is in a bit of a jam here. 3-0 the count. With the bases loaded, you know Babin's taking. And let's see what Araby delivers with. Into the dirt, he will walk Babin. That will bring in Bear. Babin picks up the RBI on the bases loaded walk. And it becomes a 5-zip game. With still the bases loaded and Caden Oliver to the plate. High pitch to Oliver, who has walked and scored a run. Araby came into the ball game in relief of Termino and is looking for his first out since coming in. Inside with a pitch to Oliver. Gave up the single to Bear. The error gets Gregory on. Formo with a base hit, beating out an infield grounder. And Babin with a bases loaded walk. That is popped up towards Legier, and he will make the over-the-shoulder catch. Nice play at third as Oliver flies out for out number 3, leaving the bases loaded, but 3 runners come in. Just about all white, Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Craps got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the third gets underway. Duke Cheddar will start it off. Waylon Goff and Colin Anders due up in the inning, too. Cheddar the EH. In a 5-zip ball game, UBO North Shore, a couple of runs in the first, 3 runs in the second. And this comes from a team that had not played in runs in the first 2 ball games, but in the first 2 innings, they have made up for lost time. A little bit outside with a pitch to Cheddar. Goff and Anders to follow. And they will be the last hitters to get their first at-bat of the game. Gleason with a pitch, high and away. Got a base runner aboard. The leadoff guy is walked. Cheddar down to first. Waylon Goff to the plate. For Gleason, that is walk number 2 in the game. He walked 1 in the second. And now has walked 1 in the third. And if you're worried about time limits, don't. We're nowhere close. We still got about an hour in this game. Not quite 50 minutes in. Couple of strikes delivered to Waylon Goff. And it is 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Colin Anders on deck. That will get behind Goff. And down to second goes Cheddar. In scoring position for Star Scout, who would love to have somebody come in here in the top part of the third, getting rid of that goose egg, start on a track towards getting back into the ball game. 1 ball, couple of strikes on Goff. Gleason, in addition to the 2 walks, has allowed a single base hit and has a single strikeout as well. Fouled off by Goff. Four, 5, and 6 in the order when you get to the third inning, the bottom part for UBO North Shore. Norman, Mendoza, and Tillman. As Goff will strike out for out number 1. So on away, and the last hitter to get his first at-bat, Colin Anders. Brandon Hartley to the on-deck circle. 1 away, 1 aboard. A little bit outside with a pitch to Anders. On the outside part of the plate. Championship game coming up. What I do not know about the championship is sometimes the championship game is allowed to go 7. As you got Cheddar off to third, and he will get there safely. Or sometimes we stick with the 1 hour and 50-minute time limit. I am not sure which of the 2 directions we will go in the championship. Pretty sure, though, that it's a couple of UBOs. Henry and Smith. Outside with a pitch to Anders. That is foul tip by Anders. And runs the count full at 3 balls and a couple of strikes. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on and missed, and out will go Anders. So back-to-back strikeouts for Gleason. 3 total in the game. And there's 2 gone as we go back to the top of the order. Brandon Hartley to the plate. And Gleason trying to keep that goose egg on the board and leave Chetta at third. On the outside part of the plate to Hartley. Hartley grounded into a 6-3 in the first. He was the first out of the inning. Chase Termino moving to the on-deck circle. Little check swing, and that is sent foul. And yes, I have wondered if Jacob is any kin to Jackie. I'm talking about Gleason's. You know, Jackie Gleason. You do have to go back in time a little bit. You have to be either a TV buff and historian or, in my particular case, older. I'm going with older instead of old. My wife tells me we do not need to give in to age. So I've stopped referring to getting old, just older. But if you are older, then you know who Jackie Gleason is. If you are noticeably older, then you're familiar with the Honeymooners. And if you're maybe not quite as older, you remember him in the Smokey and the Bandit movies. Probably no kinship, just thought I'd mention it. Just a little bit outside with a pitch from Gleason. Count runs full, 3-2. Austin Norman, Max Mendoza, Carter Tillman in the bottom part of the inning. The Hartley fouled off pitch will keep him in the box for another Gleason offering. That was a 71-mile-an-hour pitch from Gleason. Swing and miss. Out will go Hartley. Every one of the third inning outs were Ks for Gleason, who now has 4.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
We head to the bottom of the third. Austin Norman will start it. Max Mendoza and Carter Tillman. 2 up in the inning, 2. Hey, all kinds of sports here on JockJive. Don't forget, too, to subscribe to our YouTube channel. That will make us very happy. Subscribe to our premium channel. That probably makes us happier because there is a little money involved. Popped up to center field, and Fisher is there for the catch. Norman with a fly out to begin the third, the bottom part of it. Max Mendoza next. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. That makes us happy too. One ball, no strikes. Mendoza followed by Tillman. 1 away, bottom of the third. Can UBO North Shore keep a trend going? They've played runs in every inning. Driven towards Termino at short. He'll go over to first with a throw and get Mendoza on the 6-3. So 2 gone. And Carter Tillman coming to the plate. Tillman with a strikeout in the first. Ian Lavelle moving to the on-deck circle. Into the strike zone to Tillman. Termino, Scott, and Legier. When you get to the top of the fourth for LTG Stars Scout. Hit by the pitch, that is Tillman. He will trot down to first. If you're going to get hit by a pitch, you'd prefer it being off speed. That one was. And Tillman will go to first. Bringing Ian Lavelle to the plate. Mike Winters to the on-deck circle. Outside with the pitch. We're on the campus of Southeastern Louisiana University, which I understand won yesterday over Houston. And I refer to them as Baptist because that is what they used to be, but apparently they have changed their name to Houston Christian. Stolen base for Tillman. Ian Lavelle, who popped out behind the plate, an opportunity to drive in a run and continue the string of innings with a run plated by UBO. It is popped up on the infield, coming off the bump is Araby. He'll make the catch. Lavelle will fly out, and Tillman is stranded. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. We are one pitch into the top of the fourth, and Termino grounding into a 4-3, picked up by Mendoza. Goes over to first, and there is one away. One pitch and one gone. Jeremiah Scott next. He'll go after the first pitch. Dropped, and the throw over to first still gets the out. So instead of a fly out to second, it will be a 4-3, and that is LaVale now playing second. And we got two pitches and two gone. Sebastian Legier next. A little bit outside with the pitch. I'm trying to remember if I have ever called a three-pitch half inning. Well, it doesn't really matter now, does it? Legier has let a couple of pitches go by. So we're not going to have a three-pitch right now. We've got a four-pitch inning. And Legier is still at the plate. He's got the lone Stars base hit of the game. Fouled away, and the count evens two each on Legier. J.J. Sneed to the on-deck circle. Here in the top of the fourth, Mike Winters moving to the on-deck circle. That is ground over to first, scooped up by Formo. He'll take it himself to the back, and that may not be Formo any longer. I'll wait and see if the back of the jersey is a 5-0. It doesn't look like it. Well, there we go. At the last moment, I see that it's Caden Ottomer now playing first. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the fourth. We go to the bottom of the inning.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Bottom of the fourth gets underway. Mike Winters starts at Gage Fields. Gabe Morgan due up in the inning 2. First pitch a little bit inside. One more game to go. Championship bout. Battle of the UBOs. And it might get a slightly early start. This one started about 11 minutes early. So it might get cranked up a little before the 4:45 planned start time. Mike Winters, a walk, a stolen base, and a run scored. Delivered into the strike zone to run the count to 2-1. Ground to Termino at short. He'll go to first and still get the out. Pulled his first baseman off the back, but Jeremiah Scott able to reach around and tag out Mike Winters. So on away, Gage Fields next. Fields struck out in the second. He is one of 2 strikeouts for LTG Stars Scout pitching. On the outside part of the plate to Fields. Sneed, Fashua, and Arabi coming to the plate when you get to the top of the 5th for the Stars. That is fouled out of play. A little bit high with the offering to Gage Fields. One away, nobody aboard. Gage Fields at the plate. Gabe Morgan to the on-deck circle, bottom of the 4th. North Shore trying to add to their lead. That's a little check swing that is going to roll foul. And that'll get Fields coming back to the plate. Dropped into center field, and it'll become a 1-out single for Gage Fields. Gave Morgan to the plate. Morgan got hit by a pitch. Stole a couple of bases, came in and scored a run in the second inning. And comes to the plate with the base runner aboard at first here in the bottom of the fourth. Lawson Hebert moving to the on-deck circle. Punt laid down, pretty good one coming off the bump as Araby. Throw over to first, not in time, and everybody is safe. That'll be a punt single. And you got a couple of base runners on for Lawson Hebert. Levi Gregory on deck. UBO North Shore had their string of innings scoring disrupted in the third, trying to get back on track in the fourth. Nice stop behind the plate by J.J. Sneed. Lawson Hebert with an RBI single and a run scored in the second. Back to the plate here in the fourth. Outside with a pitch to Hebert. There is a swing. There is a miss. The count goes to 2-1. Levi Gregory on deck. 5, 6, and 7 in the LTG order when you get to the top of the fifth. And right now, looking at about 32 minutes left in your 150. Inside with a pitch, and that will hit Hebert. He'll go down to first. Bases loaded for UBO. Fields to third, Morgan to second. Hebert at first, and it looks like a hitter. No, that is Gregory. Levi Gregory hitting. But will he be facing Araby? Coach coming out to the bump, gives a fist bump, takes the ball, and that means there's a new fella headed for the hill.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Bottom of the fourth with the bases loaded and a new guy on the hill. That is Sebastian Legier. Here's the third pitcher used this afternoon for the Stars. Araby came into the ball game in the second. Faced a total of 13. As that pitch is a little low and inside, having officially worked an inning and 2/3. Too far inside, walk given. That'll bring in another run. Levi Gregory given the walk. Bases loaded, so it'll bring in Fields. Morgan to third, Hebert to second. And it's still full in a 6-zip game. Top of the order, Rhett Formo next. And that'll go to the screen. Here it comes Morgan from third. It is 7-0 UBO. Hebert to third, and Gregory takes second. Formo with a walk and a single, 1-for-1 in the ball game. Zadrian Babin to the on-deck circle. That has popped up foul territory, backing up and making the catch inside the foul line. Let's see who that is now playing third. I think it is Chetta who is at third. So Formo with the fly out. Two gone for Zadrian Babin. A little bit outside with the pitch to Babin. Babin with a double and a walk. One RBI, but the RBI didn't come on the double. It came on the walk. Happened with the bases loaded in the second. And he has scored a run. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate, and the count evens up. That is off the end of the stick. Foul. Couple of strikes on Babin. Caden Oliver moving to the on-deck circle. One ball, couple of strikes. Legier's offering just a little bit high and outside. Araby, his predecessor, by the way, no strikeouts. Handed out one walk. As that one is hit to Termino at short, he'll whip it over to first, get the out of Babin on the 6-3, and leaves a couple of runners stranded. Two more runs in as we head to the fifth. UBO Northside leading it by 7. Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the fifth gets underway. J.J. Sneed will start it. Jackson Fishua and Zane Araby due up in the inning to a 7-zip game. UBO adding 2 more in the bottom of the fourth. That is dropped into center field, leadoff single for Sneed. And that'll become the Stars' second base hit of the game. Got a runner for Sneed at first. I have not been able to pick up the number at the moment to tell you who the new runner is at first for the catcher. Jackson Fissure coming to the plate with the base runner aboard. The Stars trying to get rid of that 0 for more reasons than one. Not just because they want to get rid of the 0, not just because they want to start climbing back into the ball game, but because if you don't score, and they do in the bottom part of the inning, the game's over. Got the mercy rules that can kick in. Outside with the pitch. 2-1 the count. Fissure a walk in the second. Count runs to 3-1. Bottom of the fifth, Oliver Norman and Mendoza for UBO North Shore. And we are starting to creep up on that time limit. As that one is fouled back to the screen. 19 minutes away from your 150. And again, that's not a drop dead 150. It is a no new inning 150. Fissure, a walk in the second. Outside with a pitch, and there's a walk in the fifth. So a couple of base runners on. Zane Araby coming to the plate. Araby ground into a 4-3. He was the last out in the second inning. Duke Chatham moving to the on-deck circle. Outside with the pitch. Kellen Thompson, who came into the ball game in the fourth and worked a 1-2-3 inning, has seen 2 get on to begin the fifth. And still looking for his first out. On the outside part of the plate with the pitch to Araby. 59 mile an hour. Kellen Thompson offering. Jacob Gleason, the starting pitcher, worked 3 innings, faced 11. 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, a hit. No runs allowed. And there is strike 2 to Araby. And then Thompson taking over. And now working the bottom of the fifth. Make that top of the fifth. Swing and a miss and out will go Araby. And Kellen Thompson will pick up his first strikeout. That is the 5th for UBO North Shore. Duke Chatham next. Chatham with a walk and a stolen base. Got stranded at third. That happened in the third inning, and as a matter of fact, he has come closer than any other Star to the house. Here's the 0-1 pitch as Balin Goff moves to the on-deck circle. A little bit outside with the pitch. A little bit inside, 2-1 now on Cheddar. Balin Goff moving to the on-deck circle. Oliver, Norman, Mendoza coming to the plate in the fifth. A little bit outside. 3-1. That is lifted towards left field and will drop in as a base hit. And it is all loaded up for LTG Chana with hit number 2 in the inning and 3 in the game. And Stars have loaded it for the 9 and 10 hitters Balin Goff and Colin Anders. Goff with a strikeout in the third. Back to the plate here in the fifth. Got the bases full. Excellent opportunity for LTG to get their first runs of the game. Start chipping away at the lead as this one has popped up to center field. That's not particularly deep. And Snee's going to have to hold. 2 gone. Two outs for Colin Anders. Anders struck out in the third, back to the plate in the fifth with the bases full, 2 gone. Stars has left 2 aboard coming into the fifth and trying not to strand 3 in the fifth. Strike delivered to Anders. Brandon Hartley to the on-deck circle. Here's the Kellen Thompson pitch, and you got a couple of strikes now on Anders. 68-mile-an-hour pitch, 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Got the outside part of the plate. And I think I heard the officials say ball game. And I am seeing mitts laid down, which are an indication, indeed, we've wrapped this one up. So it will go final. And your final numbers look like this. For LTG Stars Scout, 3 base hits, stranding 5. They went scoreless and committed a single error. And for UBO North Shore, 7 hits, 7 left on, no errors committed. A couple of runs in the first, 3 in the second, 2 more in the fourth. And the Stars leave 0-3. North Shore will pick up a win and finish play here at 1-2. Thanks so much for watching. Hey, don't forget, there's another game to go. It's the championship. UBO Henry, UBO Smith. It is slated for a 4:45 start, but might get underway early because of the early finish to this one. So we will see you in 30 minutes or less. The link stays live right here on JockJive.
It's the 10 day. For Smith. That's one. Dawson Watchman. I appreciate that. That's also the time on this one, sometimes they do. 450 or 7 innings, I think. So. If they make the wrong decision, they change it, right? Who's the guy? get a little bit of a Boston accent or something, seems like. Or maybe that's what it is. I get my accents mixed up.
Hi, everybody. Welcome in as we get the final game of the day underway and the final game of the weekend, too. It's been a great weekend of baseball here at Southeastern Louisiana University, home of the Lions and home of the Showcase Series two-day event. It all culminates with this, a battle between the UBOs, as that's dropped into left field by Junior Burdett. And UBO Smith has got a runner aboard, with UBO Henry playing the field first. Taking a look at that lineup. For UBO Smith, Junior Burdett, the leadoff guy. Stuart Covey is batting second. Braden Calamar is the three-hitter. Chance Boatman is in the four spot. Five-hitter Davis Reis. Trey DeAndre batting sixth. Joseph Rivera is the seven-hitter. Rico Edwards hits eighth. Topher Coggins ninth. And Dawson Lashaway is the 10-hitter. Down to second with a stolen base is Burdett. Meanwhile, Benjamin Duhan getting the start on the hill for UBO Henry. Behind the plate is Joseph Udo. Gonna hop out of the mid of Udo and allow Burnett to trot down to third. UBO Henry first baseman Reed Wiss. At second, Brandon Gallardo. The shortstop is Noah Detillier, and at third, Grant Halsey. And your outfield for UBO Henry. In left, Xander Henry. Center field, Gerald Saunier. And Ezra Doman in right field. A little high and away with the pitch. Free pass down to first for Covey. And that has got runners on the corners. Championship matchup. UBO Henry coming in with a 3-0 mark. UBO Smith with a 2-0-1. Outside with a pitch to Braden Calamar. One ball, no strikes. And there is a Calamar swing and miss. Got a couple of base runners on. Well, we're going to do the routine. First of all, first inning. Look at the weather. Sunny at 85. Air quality 51 and moderate. Down to second goes Covey. UV index is 1 and low. So you can sit out in the sun and not fry to a crisp. Winds out of the southwest at 6. They're gusting to 12. Temperature 5 degrees above normal, but by the end of the week, it's getting cooler. Moon illumination, 82%. Humidity at 50%. Sunset at 6:32. We may or may not be out of here by sunset. And the nearest rain, a good piece off. I have not seen a cloud this weekend in Louisiana. Calamar with a couple of base runners on. High toss from Duhan. That was a 62-mile-an-hour offering. Outside with the pitch, another walk, and the bases are loaded. Calamar down to first. I think every time I see Calamar, his hair is shorter. I mean, he had it down like midway to the waist. A couple of years ago, last year, maybe up to the shoulders. Now he's got it above the collar. Chance Boatman stepping in. Swing and a miss the first pitch from Boatman. Tevin Rios moving to the on-deck circle. That is hit well towards left field. Backing up is Xander Henry. He'll make the catch 267 feet from home plate. In from third on the sacrifice is Burnett. And UBO Smith getting at least a run out of the top part of the inning. Covey and Calamar stay put at second and first respectively. Devin Riaz, followed by Trey DeAndre. That'll get into the dirt, going to third, Covey to second, Calamar. So a couple of base runners in scoring position for Devin Riaz. And the on-deck circle moves Trey DeAndre. Hammond, Louisiana, halfway between the start of I-12 and Baton Rouge. Which, by the way, is where, this is going to sound morbid, but it is the place that Charlie Rich drew his last breath. Passed away in a hotel here. You don't know who Charlie Rich is. You are young, obviously. Outside with a pitch to Riaz. Well, do songs like The Most Beautiful Girl in the World, Behind Closed Doors. Trying to think of some other stuff he had. If that sounds familiar, that is Charlie Rich. And I think he was on his way to maybe Florida or coming from Florida. Stopped in the hotel here. And passed away. Riaz with a couple of base runners on. That is ground towards short. Detillier backhands it. Goes to first with the throw. Not in time. In is Covey. Calamar will go to third. And on is Riaz at first. Well, everything was going right for Detillier until the throw. And you got Covey in, Calamar to third, Riaz at first. One away and two in. Trey DeAndre to the plate. Joseph Rivera to the on-deck circle. A little bit outside with a pitch. With a pitch running the second is Riaz. Got the stolen base. Now in scoring position. A little bit high with a pitch to DeAndre. Top of the first, 2 runs have played, 2 runners are on, 1 is gone. We are looking at the Trey DeAndre at bat, facing the pitcher Benjamin Duhan. And the count runs to 3-0, and Duhan in danger of loading it up with the walk of DeAndre. Duhan's pitch, fouled back. So DeAndre chasing the 3-0. Fouls it back to the screen. Count runs to 3-1. Outside walk given, third one of the inning. Base is full for UBO Smith. And that's got Joseph Rivera coming to the plate. Rico Edwards to the on-deck circle. And be sure to download the Showcase Series app. There's not a whole lot now to talk about where this weekend is concerned, but what about future weekends? You can keep up with where the series is going. Next weekend, Andalusia, LBW. 2 weeks from now, Colin and Niceville, Copiah Lincoln in Weston, Mississippi. Niceville, I would assume Northwest Florida State, and then the first weekend in November, back to Alabama, Central Alabama, which is home to the Trojans, which, by the way, was the last ACCC team, the Alabama Community College Conference team, to win a World Series. And also their coach recently inducted into the Maine, I'm talking about the state of Maine, Hall of Fame. Swing and a miss by Rivera. And there's 2 away. That's the first strikeout of the game for Duhan. It'll bring Rico Edwards to the plate. Shot skyward by Edwards. And that will drop over the head of Gallardo. Calamar will come in to score. Riaz goes to third. And actually, Riaz came in too. So it is DeAndre situated at third, Edwards at first. And it's 4-zip game with Topher Coggins to the plate. That'll be a base hit into left field. In to score is DeAndre on his way to third. Edwards, he'll put on the brakes there. Topher Coggins with an RBI double. And the lead grows to 5-zip, and we're still in the first. I'm thinking this may be, at least here at Southeastern Louisiana, there were games played at Denham Springs, too, that were part of this weekend of baseball. But this has been the most productive first inning, I believe. I think the prior best first was 4. This has got 5 runs in with a couple of runners on, and Dawson Lathaway coming to the plate. Lathaway fouling it off. All 10 starters have been to the plate for UBO Smith. A little low with the pitch. Count goes to 2-1. Two-one pitch. And is ground towards third. Fielded by Halsey. Goes to first. It's there. Lathaway will wrap into the 5-3, leaving 2 on, but UBO Smith plates 5 in the top of the first.
She's frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
UBO Smith plating 5 runs in the top part of the inning. Burnett, Covey, Calamar, Riaz, and DeAndre will all come in. And UBO Smith putting together one of the most productive first innings thus far this weekend here. And now UBO Henry trying to match that. Noah Detillier starting it off. Gerald Saunier batting second. J.B. Francis is the 3-hitter. 4 guys under Henry. Brandon Gallardo is batting 5th. Grant Halsey is the 6-hitter. Benjamin Duhan bats 7th. Reed Wiss is the 8-hitter. Joseph Udo is batting 9th. Ezra Doman 10th. And Carter Tillman is the 11-hitter. And just like UBO Smith began with a leadoff single, UBO Henry does the same. Detillier is on. Topher Coggins getting the start on the hill for UBO Smith. Behind the plate is Devin Riaz. Braden Calamar at first, the second baseman, as the pitch is on the outside part of the plate. Rico Edwards, shortstop Junior Burdett. Third baseman, Stuart Covey. Dawson Lajoie is in left. Center fielder is Trey DeAndre. And the right fielder, Joseph Rivera. And apparently he got a ball because up and going to second is Detillier. So with the throw over to first from Coggins, apparently committed the ball. A runner in scoring position, Gerald Saunier to the plate. And he's going to get hit by the pitch. So UBO Henry getting their first 2 runners on. Looking to respond to the 5 runs that played in the top part of the inning. And Devin Riaz coming out to the bump to chat with Coggins. I mean, this may not be the total extent of the conversation, but let's not, give up this 5-run lead. It's kind of comfortable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the diamond, J.B. Francis saying, we plan on cutting into that lead. Detillier and Saunier aboard as Francis awaits. In the second inning, we'll look at all the scores. There are plenty of them. NFL, NBA, WNBA, Major League Baseball. Of course, I don't have any MLB scores yet because the Major League Baseball schedule only has a single game, and it starts around 7 o'clock tonight. So before they start, we should be done. There's a strikeout of Francis, and there is one away. One out for Xander Henry. Next weekend, a little lighter schedule of sports versus this weekend. I think we've had something every day except Tuesday. And on Tuesday, we shot JUCO Rush, so it's been a busy week. Next week, though, got volleyball on Tuesday and then nothing again until Friday. Of course, with the exception of the JUCO Rush, which we will this week shoot on Wednesday. And if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, you will have immediate access to the show. And it talks all about junior college football. Xander Henry followed by Brandon Gallardo. Count goes to 2-1 on Henry. UBO Henry already played a game today. Won by 2 over the Crushers Elite to get into the championship. Both teams had come into that 12-15 game 2-0. But UBO Henry wins it. And that gets them here. Outside with a pitch to Henry, and he's given a walk. And just like that, it's all loaded up. Brandon Gallardo to the plate. Grant Halsey to the on-deck circle. That is fouled away by Gallardo. Always good to meet family members of the players. And Brandon's mom was in the box earlier today, helping me out with the pronunciation of Gallardo. Thank you very much. Definitely want to get these names right. As this is rolled towards third, scooped up by Covey, comes to the plate to get the out there, throw to first. Will turn the double play. So Gallardo wraps into the 5-2-3 for outs 2 and 3. Nobody scores, and it stays 5-zip. Headed to the second. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. We head to the top of the second, top of the order. Junior Burnett starts it. Stuart Covey and Braden Calamar due up in the inning, too. And by the way, if you're thinking your center field guy has got the jitters or something, Burnett out on the 1-3. Well, actually, we don't have a center field guy. That is the wind blowing the fence on which the camera sits. And it's creating a little movement, a little jiggle. a little wiggle in that shot. So our apologies, but the only thing we've got to blame is Mama Nature. Stuart Covey coming to the plate. Braden Calamar to the on-deck circle. A little low with the pitch to Covey. Covey with a walk and a run scored in that first inning, that 5-run inning. And saw Burnett, Covey, Calamar, Riaz, and DeAndre all come in. Hawsey, Duhan, and Wiss when you get to the bottom part of the second. Swing and a miss by Covey, and he will strike out. Or will he? Oh, he didn't. But Joseph Uno thought he did. And threw it down to begin the relay around the horn. And then realized, wait a minute, it's 2-2, not 2-3. There's 3. On the outside part of the plate to Covey. Two gone for Braden Calamar. All right, we're into the second inning. I promised you'll look at scores from elsewhere. So let me make good on the promise. No Major League Baseball until 7 o'clock. WNBA, Liberty knock off the Lynx, 80-66. That series tied at a game each. NBA, the Heat has beaten the Pelicans. 101-99, the final score. And everything else in NBA is later. And obviously plenty of NFL to talk about. We'll begin with the finals, as that one is a little bit outside. Colts beat the Titans 2017. Buccaneers over the Saints 51-27. Packs pound the Cards 37-13. Eagles over the Browns 2016. Ravens rip the Commanders 30-23. Texans take the Patriots 41-21. And Bears bust the Jags 35-16 in England. A little bit outside with a pitch to Calamar. And 2 games at halftime. Lions 27-6 over the Cowboys. Falcons 22-17 over the Panthers. And 2 games well into the third. As you got a walk given to Calamar, and that'll be his second walk. .509 to play in the third. Steelers with a 15-7 lead over the Raiders. 2:35 to play in the third. Chargers 23-0 over the Broncos. And now you are updated. Chance Boatman, who had a sac fly in the first, back to the plate in the second. Calamar able to get back safely. First pitch to Boatman. That is floated in the direction of center field and will drop over the shoulder of Detillier. And you got a couple of base runners on. Third hit of the game for UBO Smith. 2 runners on for Devin Riaz. Trey DeAndre moving to the on-deck circle. Riaz reached on an error, came in and scored a run after stealing a base as well in the first inning. High and away with a pitch to Riaz. Halsey, Duhan, and Wiss. 6, 7, and 8 in the UBO Henry order. When you get to the bottom part of inning number 2, your championship game got underway at 4:35. So we are not quite 35 minutes in. And it's popped up back this direction, and it will get into the stands. As a matter of fact, hops up on this platform near a trash bin. I mean, there's really not a whole lot of significance of near the trash bin, except that, you know, almost rung the bucket. Count even at 1. One offering, and that one is sent back to the stands too. So a couple of fouled off pitches into the stands. One to my left, one to my right. Little high with a pitch to Riaz. Trey DeAndre on deck. Riaz reached on an error, stole a base, scored a run in that 5-run first. Runners take off and a shot towards third. Nice scoop there by Halsey, and he will go to first to get Riaz on the 5-3. 2 runners stranded. Nobody scores off a single base hit. It is still 5-zip Smith with Henry coming to bat.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
And don't forget, follow us, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. That subscribe button's got to be close by. And then if you want to watch this game later, maybe divvy it up into highlight plays and more, then subscribe to our premium channel. As we get the bottom of the second underway, and hit by the pitch is Grant Halsey. So Coggins will hit his second. Hit Saunier in the first, Halsey in the second. And a base runner on for Benjamin Duhan. Reed Wiss moving to the on-deck circle. One aboard, nobody gone. Bottom of the second. That is swung on and missed. 70-mile-an-hour toss with a spin rate of 1323. And that's going to go to the screen, and it is going to get Halsey to second. So a base runner in scoring position. UBO Henry has not been hurting for runners in scoring position. Had the bases loaded in the first. And now they've got a base runner at second with nobody gone in the second. Duhan, his responsibility is to at least get Halsey to third. Granted, his preference would be to bring him in. But he does not want to leave the diamond, head back to the dugout, completing the at-bat without at least moving Halsey 90 feet further. Count runs even in two, couple of balls, couple of strikes. Ground towards short. Burnett's got it. Goes to first. Gets the out of Duhan. But Duhan has at least moved Halsey to third. 6-3 will go the putout. And Reed Wiss coming to the plate. Joseph Udo to the on-deck circle. Here is the 1-0 offering from Coggins. And the count goes even. 69-mile-an-hour pitch. Thanks to all the folks here for the opportunity to bring you baseball from Southeastern Louisiana University. Thanks to James Gamble, Nick Singleton, Jerry Martinez, Daniel Ballard, everybody that is affiliated with the showcase. That is foul tipped right back into the mid of Riaz. Out will go Wiss. And that is strikeout number 2 for Coggins. Coggins has got two trends working. He has hit a batter each inning. He has struck out a batter each inning. Into the strike zone to Joseph Udo. Ezra Doman to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with the offering. Coggins pitch. It is wide of the strike zone. Count goes to 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. When you get to the top of the third, DeAndre Rivera and Edwards all coming to the plate for UBO Smith. just a little outside, 3-1. Well, if you're Coggins at this point with a 3-1 offering, you don't want to serve up something over the middle just to get the strike with first open, and he does walk Udo. And there's the other thing he's been doing every inning. A strikeout, a walk, and a hit batsman. And coach coming out and have a conversation with Coggins. Conversation over. Doman coming to the plate. Coggins back up onto the bump. Headed to his catcher's spot is Devin Riaz. Here in the bottom part of inning number 2. We've had some long first couple of innings today. Had one game today, and as a matter of fact, I want to think it was the first one with Ubio Henry and the Crushers Elite. And the first 2 innings took about an hour, hour 10. Well, we are not at an hour, hour 10, but we are, looks like about 45 minutes in. Hit over towards second, and it's left behind. That was Edwards trying to hurry the throw and left it behind. That'll be an E4. And Ubio Henry will get on the board. Carter Tillman to the plate. Tillman, the 11 hitter, back to the top of the order next with Noah Detillier. Waiting on deck. Ground towards third, picked up by Covey, steps on the bag, gets the force out, and that will put it into the inning. But Ubio Henry is on the board as we head to the third. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Top of the third gets underway. Trey DeAndre will start it off. Joseph Rivera and Rico Edwards due up in the inning, too. UBO Henry gets on the board. It was an E4 that brought in Grant Halsey. Swing and a miss by DeAndre. Nobody has sent it out of the park here in Southeastern Louisiana University. 330 down the lines. And to dead away center field, 400 feet. Plus a pretty big ball to send it over. DeAndre hit by the Duhan pitch. A little bit outside with the offering. And it's fouled away, apparently. Apparently got part of the stick of Rivera. By the way, got a new pitcher on the hill. That is no longer Duhan. I think that is Carter Tillman. So Duhan will work a couple of innings and come out of the ball game, as that is sliced foul. And the reason, as I look at the roster provided, and number 20 is listed as Cooper Corral, but I think this is Carter Tillman and not Corral. As you got a swing, a miss. Out will go Rivera, and down to second goes DeAndre with a stolen base. And the reason I'm thinking that it is Carter Tillman is because the lineup card had Carter Tillman in the 11th spot hitting. And 20 hit. And I think I'm going to pick the starting lineup up again and be sure. Yep. Carter Tillman in the 11th spot. So that's what's got me, at least at the moment, thinking the guy on the bump is Tillman. Swing and a miss by Edwards. But what does throw a little unknowingness into the game, as you got DeAndre taking off for third, but he will make the U-turn and go back to second after the pitch is fouled away by Rico Edwards. Was, I think 13 was coming to the plate to hit next. And I don't think that's Tillier. Swing a miss. Rico Edwards goes down. Back-to-back Ks of Rivera and Edwards. And 13 is Detillier. I'm looking at short now. So, yeah, I'm feeling more confident in my belief that Carter Tillman is on the hill in relief of Benjamin Duhan. Rolled to short. Detillier's got it. Whips it over to first. Throws it away. Here comes DeAndre on his way to second. Is Coggins. And he's there safely. And UBO Smith getting that run back, given up in the bottom of the second. And it's a 6-1 game. Duhan, by the way, worked 2 innings. Faced a total of 15. He had 2 strikeouts. 4 walks. Gave up 3 hits. Allowed 5 runs. And handed it over to Carter Tillman. And Tillman working the top of the third. Dawson Lajoie coming to the plate. Top of the order, Junior Burdette on deck. And by the way, he's got the catcher's shin guards on, so apparently he is swapping positions from short to behind the plate next. Off to third will go Coggins. Lajoie wrapped into a 5-3. He was the last out in the first inning. Trying to avoid becoming the last out in the third inning. Well, I wonder if the new catcher, apparently in the bottom part of the third, means a new pitcher in the bottom part of the third. I mean, sometimes no. Many times no. But oftentimes there's a pitcher who's got a favorite battery mate, if you will. Lajoie wrapping into the 5-3 for the second time. And for the second time, he's out number 3. 1-run plates, back to a 5-run lead going to the bottom of the third.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We do have a new pitcher. The new pitcher is Cohen Navarre, relieving Topher Coggins after Coggins worked 2 innings. He faced 11, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, 1 hit, 1 run, 2 hit batsmen. And we're back to the top of the order as Navarre will face Noah Detillier. Gerald Saunier and J.B. Francis due up in the bottom of the 3rd. HBO Smith getting that run back, giving up in the bottom of the 2nd to extend the lead again to 5. Detillier with the lone base hit of the game for UBO Henry. It was a leadoff single in the 1st inning. Time-wise, 1:02 in. 62 minutes into the game. It is snagged at short. Not by Burdett any longer, by the way. Let's see who that is now playing short. Burdett went behind the plate. And that is Covey, who has moved from 3rd to short. So now we're going to figure out who is at 3rd. One out with the Detillier line out to short. Gerald Saunier next. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. A little bit inside with the offering. Right about shoulder high on Saunier. Saunier got hit by a pitch in the 1st. Another high offering from Navarre. That is Gavin Oates, by the way. I make that Oaks, not oats as in cereal, but oaks as in trees. Well, except that there's an E on there, but you get the picture. Gavin Oaks is the now 3rd baseman. And there's somebody new over at first. Kamari's come out of the game. Or Calamar. I'll see if I can figure out who was there in a bit. That's a little bit off the mark. And it's got a walk issued to Saunier. Your new first baseman, not listed on the roster, don't have a 23. So I do not know who is at first. Francis grounds it to Oaks. Gets the out there. Throw to first. Will not get the double play, but does get the lead runner. 2 gone with a runner at first for Xander Henry. And at the moment, we are going to assume Gavin Oaks will bat in Calamari's spot, as that is popped up by Xander Henry to right field. 1 runner gets on, then 1 runner is left on. We're through 3. And Smith in the championship game leads Henry by 5. Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the fourth gets underway. Top of the order to the plate. Junior Burnett will start it off. Stuart Covey, and I'm thinking Gavin Oakes will come to the plate batting in the spot previously occupied by Braden Calamar. But we will see. And Carter Tillman getting his second inning of work in. Lifted towards right. There for the catch is Doman. And Burnett with a fly out for out number one. Stuart Covey next. Covey with a walk and a strikeout. No, it's still Calamar who is coming to the plate. So I'm not sure where Gavin Oakes will hit. Into foul territory by Covey. Covey walked, stole a base, scored a run in the first, struck out in the second. High and away with a pitch to Covey. This week on JockJive, Volleyball Tuesday. Enterprise State and Coastal Alabama South. Football on Friday. Bayside Academy and Excel. Baseball on Saturday at LPW. Covey driving it towards short. Detillier fields, fires. And you got a tall guy on the receiving end. Able to make the catch is J.B. Francis. So Covey hits into the 6-3. Braden Calamar, who has walked twice, is back. Chance Boatman moving to the on-deck circle, fouled away by Calamar. Calamar a walk in the first and scored a run, a walk, and got left at second in the second. Gallardo, Hawsey, and Duhan in the bottom of the fourth for UBO Henry. That is hit towards center field, and that will sail over the head of your center fielder, Trey DeAndre. And Calamar says, I want 3. He will get it with a head first dive. 333-foot shot. And Calamar with a triple of the 2-out variety, and Chance Boatman coming to the plate. Devin Riaz to the on-deck circle. That is fouled back to the screen. Boatman with a sacrifice in the first and a single in the second. 1 for 1 with an RBI inside with the pitch to Boatman. That is hopped over by Calamar in third. In foul territory. Devin Riaz to the on-deck circle. Here's the Tillman offering. That is shot towards right field, and that is going to sail towards the gap, picked up on the backhand by Doman. A triple followed by a double, and runs in, and the lead is as big as it has been in this game for Smith. It's now 6. So a base runner in scoring position now for Devin Riaz. Riaz reached on an error, stole a base, scored a run in the first, ground into a 5-3, then put it into the second. Now to the plate in the fourth. Trey DeAndre is on deck. Carter Tillman trying to put the finishing touches on his second inning of work. For him, got started good with the fly out by Burdette, the ground out by Covey. And then for him, followed by the not so good, the triple by Calamar and the double by Boatman. And of course, you know the old saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure. There is another gapper. Left center field, this time by Riaz. And he says, well, heck, if Calamar can take 3, I can too. And now he's been waved home, and the throw is over the head of Uno. And it's a triple with an E mixed in that scores 2. A triple, 2 doubles, 3 runs, all with 2 gone. And the lead climbs to 8. Outside with a pitch from Tillman. A 9-1 UBO Smith lead. The only blemish on their mark was that tie game at 4. As that has popped out of play, back this direction. And it came against the Wow Factor. Wow Factor scored 4 in the first inning. And UBO Smith fought back late, tied it up, had a chance to win it with a runner in scoring position with 1 away. But got to the championship anyway. And now have an 8-run lead with Trey DeAndre hitting. Joseph Rivera to the on-deck circle. Into the strike zone to DeAndre. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Out will go DeAndre. But 3 runs will come in off 3 extra base hits. And UBO Smith takes a 9-1 lead into the bottom of the 4th.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Well, that's some of what is coming up next weekend. Georgia Military College, who we think in Monday's new NJCAA football polls will be number 3 in the country. Taking on Andrew College, and we'll have it for you right here on JockJive. Brandon Gallardo leading things off. Grant Halsey and Benjamin Duhan due up in the inning, too. A 9-1 UBO Smith lead. And if you are UBO Henry, well, you're already a little concerned, down by 8. It's going to be a lot of concern if you get to the bottom of the 5th and are still down by 8. Mercy rules still apply. 12 after 3, 10 after 4, 8 after 5. Two-0 pitch is too high to Gallardo. Gallardo wrapped into the 5-2-3 double play. And that was how the bottom of the 1st came to an end. High with the pitch, leadoff walk to Gallardo. So a base runner on, Grant Halsey to the plate. Halsey hit by a pitch and scored the lone Henry run back in the second inning, and it came in compliments of UBO Smith, an error. Got in the run at E4. A little high with the pitch to Halsey. One ball, no strikes. Halsey awaits. On the outside part of the plate. Or actually, outside of the outside part of the plate. Count goes to 2-0. Gallardo with his lead at first. High pitch, 3-0. And Navarre, who came into the ball game in the third, faced 4. Walked 1. In danger of putting his second runner on here in the bottom of the 4th. There's a strike on the inside part. Rivera, Edwards, and Coggins in the 5th inning for UBO Smith. High and away with a pitch. Back-to-back walks of Gallardo and Halsey. And a couple of base runners are on for Benjamin Duhan as coach comes out to have a conversation with his pitcher. And I think that is going to do it for Navarre. Got a new guy coming in, the new guy, when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Benjamin Duhan coming to the plate as the new pitcher is Dawson Lagelet. Cohen Navarre will work an inning, face 6. No strikeouts, 3 walks, no hits. Thus far, no runs, but he is responsible for the 2 runners aboard here in the bottom of the 4th. Strike delivered to Benjamin Duhan. Duhan ground into a 6-3 his last plate appearance. Fouled off to the left side by Duhan. Reed Wiss is on deck. And we are a little better than an hour 25 in. As that one is popped up, right side coming in to make the catch is Joseph Rivera. And Duhan will fly out for out number 1. So one away, Reed Wiss next. Wiss with a strikeout in the second. Popped up into left field. And there is out number 2 with a catch made by, let's see who our new left fielder is. Lajoie was there earlier, but obviously he's not now. He's on the bump. And I think that was a 16 that I saw, which would be Jacob Citadel. Joseph Uno next. That is line to second. Catch made by Rico Edwards. And the 2 walks nullified as Lajoie comes in and gets Duhan and Wiss to fly out. Uno to line out. And we will head to the 5th in a 9-1 game.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Got a new pitcher on the hill. The new pitcher is Reed Wiss, facing Joseph Rivera, and he will hit Rivera. And Rivera will go down to first. Well, if you're in UBO Henry, you already know you've got to get runs in the bottom part of the inning. Right now, all you've got to get is a run to get back to within 8 and extend the ball game into the 6th. But the more Smith runs that played in the top of the 5th, the more Henry runs must be scored in the bottom part. Rico Edwards reached on an error and struck out. Throw into first designed to pick off Rivero. Instead, it will allow him to get the second. And that is the 5th UBO Henry error of the game. Rico Edwards reaching on that error in the first, striking out in the 3rd. Topher Coggins on deck. That is popped up left side, out of play. When you get to the bottom of the 5th, it'll be Doman, Tillman, and Detillier. 10, 11, and 12. 10, 11, and 1 in the order for UBO Henry. Carter Tillman, who preceded Wiss on the hill. 2 innings of work, 11 faced, 3 strikeouts, no walks, 3 hits, 4 runs allowed, 1 hit batsman. Here's the payoff pitch to Rico Edwards. And that will go inside. A hit batsman and a walk batsman. 2 aboard for Topher Coggins. Coggins with a double and reached on an error. Dawson Lajoie moving to the on-deck circle. Outside with the pitch to Coggins. Lights coming on here at Southeastern Louisiana University, home to the Lions. Into the dirt with the pitch, throw going down to second. That's going to force Rivera to take off for third. He'll get hit in the back with the throw down, but be safely at the bag at third. Boy, Rivera taking a kidney shot. But apparently okay. Edwards back safely at first. We are about 20 some odd minutes away from sunset. Happens at 6:32 this evening. Swing and a miss by Coggins. Off to second will go Edwards. And he'll get there safely with a stolen base. 2-1 the count. That is hit to second, and it will ricochet off of the mid of Gallardo. Throw coming to the plate. Tagged out coming home is Edwards. Coming home and scoring is Rivera. Throw back to second. Coggins able to get there safely. And that's no longer Gallardo playing second. I think that might be Benjamin Duhan. We'll credit Coggins with a base hit, which means he gets an RBI. Edwards tagged out at the plate. He is out number 1. And you got a base runner in second. Dawson Lajoie has ground into a pair of 5-3s. One in the first, one in the third. A little bit outside with a pitch to Lajoie. And the count even at 1. Top of the order. Junior Burdett on deck. And that doesn't look like Junior Burdett. That looks more like Cohen Navarre, who has moved to the on-deck circle. Coggins on his way to third, got the stolen base. And now if you are Yubio Henry, you are looking at having to have at least 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th. Ground foul towards third. Ezra Doman, Carter Tillman, Noah Detillier, hoping to start that bottom of the 5th rally for Yubio Henry. A little bit outside with the pitch. And the count runs to 3-2. Lajoie thinking he was headed to first, but Blue says, nope, it's 3-2, not 4-2. So another toss coming from Wiss. And he'll strike out Lajoie. So there's 2 gone as we get back to the top of the order. Cohen Navarre to the plate. Navarre batting in the spot where Burdett hit previously. Unless, of course, they have been added to the bottom of the order. I mentioned this yesterday, right? They might have just been added. You can do that here. Versus pinch hitting. And we may or may not find out. Gavin Oakes is on deck. Two 2-0 the count on Navarre. And the count goes to 2-1 after the swing and miss. A Saturday afternoon became a Saturday night, made its way into a Sunday morning. We got our baseball underway on Sunday afternoon. And now that Sunday afternoon is blending into a Sunday night. As we get ready to wrap up the weekend here. Navarre trying to extend the top of the 5th. Got a piece of it, fouled it away, and the count runs full, 3-2. Three balls, couple of strikes. Yubio Smith has scored in every inning but one. As you got the strikeout of Navarre. A run posts So that means 2 is necessary in the bottom of the 5th for UBO to send it to the 6th. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Perhaps got it. Long throw over, and he got it. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Ezra Doman starts it off. Carter Tillman, top of the order. Noah Detillier due up in the inning, too. There are mercy rules after 3, 4, and 5, and the one after 5 is an 8-run lead, and we are in the home half of the 5th. And that's popped up to third, and the catch made by Oaks. And Doman will fly out. And now you're 2 outs away and still in need of 2 runs to extend the ball game to the 6th. Carter Tillman with a ground out to third in the 2nd. Noah Detillier moving to the on-deck circle. Oh, 1 pitch. Got the outside part of the plate, 0-2. Carter Tillman came in and worked a couple of innings on the hill. This is his 2nd at bat. Went 0 for 1. And the pitch will hit Carter Tillman. Well, and there might be the argument that he leaned into the pitch. Let's see if that's a valid argument. Not really. Looked like he was trying to pull that elbow back. So a base runner aboard. We're back to the top of the order. Noah Detillier coming to the plate. Strike delivered to Detillier, who is 1 for 2. He is singled and lined out to short. Runner goes. Throw is not in time. Stolen base for Tillman. So a runner in scoring position that can take at least one away from the two needed to get to the sixth, as that one is fouled back to the screen by Detillier. Gerald Saunier moving to the on-deck circle. Looks like Braden Calamar is now playing short for UBO. A little bit outside with the pitch to Detillier. Gerald Saunier on deck. There's the pitch, and it almost got Detillier. Runs the count full. LaJoie came into the ball game to pitch in the fourth and retired the three he faced. Popped up, shallow center field. Catch made by DeAndre, and there's two gone. Well, if we're to move on, Gerald Saunier's got to play a role. Saunier hit by a pitch and walked. Twice put on by UBO Smith pitching. Got hit by Coggins and got walked by Navarre. He's been to the plate 3 times, and this is the third pitcher he has faced. A little high and inside with the pitch, 2-0. J.B. Francis on deck. That is shot into left field, base hit. And one of the two needed is in. Saunier delivering with an RBI single. Lead still 8, still 2 gone. J.B. Francis to the plate. He is struck out and ground out. Xander Henry to the on-deck circle. Outside with the pitch. That is the first base hit given up by LaJoie. And it is the second base hit total for UBO Henry. The other hit came from the leadoff guy about an hour 50 ago. Noah Detillier. A little bit outside with a pitch, 2-0. That is fouled towards first, and we'll have Saunier on his way back to the bag. As the count runs to 2-1. Two balls, one strike. Francis struck out as the first out in the first inning, ground into a 5-4 that was the second out in the third inning, and safe over at first as Francis beat it out. Calamari just kind of hesitated slightly, firing a rocket, but it was behind Francis on with a single. And a couple of base runners aboard for Xander Henry. might extend the game. Not sure because you got the time limit to contend with, too. Is now headed home. There's the throw to the plate. And it got it. That's your ball game. Henry with a single, but the throw came to the plate, and it will get your runner Saulnier, and that will put it into the ball game. And the mercy rule will be what does it in. So this one is now final. Congratulations to UBO Smith. They will take home the notoriety of being the best this weekend in Louisiana. UBO Henry, 4 hits, 5 errors, 2 runs, and they both came, check that. 1 came in the second, 1 came in the 5th. And they will leave a total of 8 stranded. Meanwhile, for UBO Smith, 7 hits, 1 error, 10 runs, 6 left on, 5 runs in the first, a run in the third, 3 in the fourth, and a run in the 5th. And the day's done. The weekend, too. Thanks for watching our coverage. For all the folks with the Showcase Series and JockJive, thanks very much to Southeastern Louisiana. Great host this weekend. Thanks to James Gamble, Nick Singleton, Jerry Martinez, and Daniel Bowden, all the folks affiliated with the Showcase. And most importantly, thank you for watching. For all the folks with JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody.